Hello, I hope you had a nice day. Hey, welcome you to the next stream of trying to test how we draw our game. And yeah, let's get right into it. Yesterday, we already did a lot in our test level here. And I'm still having a little bit of sickness, and my voice is a little bit weak today. Yesterday, it was really low, and you could really feel that I was sick, but today it's just my voice is just a little bit weak. Maybe you have to learn how to really speak under pressure then. Okay. So yesterday we did it so that we can make this landscape here in 5 minutes. Yeah. This is not just drawing with all these rocks. It also has a parallax effect when you jump, when you go through this area. Let's go and test it again, because I just want to remember all the things that we did, all the thoughts that I had, and just want to get back into the mode where I was. Yeah, and now I want to do even more with this stuff and what my thought process was. Now, if you go through this area, you can immediately see everything is shifting. Yeah, when you cross this area here, especially here with the stones, you can see that everything is shifting. Now, what I want to do is continue to work with this, and then to measure if the amount of game objects that spawn in here, which is a lot, is impacting the performance of the game. This is something that we really have to measure, because it's important to keep in mind. Now we spawn in a lot of objects, and I see my frame rate is really low today. I'm not sure if it's because of my PC, because my PC is having some kind of trouble. But I just see that the frame rate is not okay anymore. It's kind of okay. And now it is. So I'm not sure about what is causing the lag right here. Okay, it's stabilized. So I think this is just the PC, and I don't know, resolving some resources or something. It was a little bit weird that it took so long until the frame rate was stable. But I'm not sure if that has to do with the game at all. It could be that because I'm using OBS and having the editing window open, that this is interfering with the process. Okay. Now, just turning down the music a little bit so it's not too loud in my ears. Okay, and let's go on and try to make this really awesome. So what else is this missing? This is missing that we can put in a size. So let's do that. I want to put in a size, and for that, this also I copied the project and try to update to a new version of Unity today, but it just takes so long that I think I will do this night. When I go to the installs, oh, it finished. It just finished. Not that I'm talking about that. So let's do that first. So we haven't done anything, and I'm trying to get to use this version here. However, this is WebGL. This is not correct. I don't want WebGL. Can I
Real Celtic Warrior. Of course it is finished as soon as you talk about it, XD.
Yeah, that's of course. When I looked at it, it was like it's downloading for 1 hour, I guess. And then I look at it, oh, it took 10 minutes. But when I'm waiting for it, it's going to take 10 hours, 1 hour. It's a little bit weird. I don't want WebGL now. It's installing the whole thing. It's a little bit weird that I can't uninstall only the WebGL plugin. Because yeah, I had trouble. I installed this today not after day, just midday. I tried to install this version of Unity and it failed. When I was trying to make this version to change the version, I opened this and Unity cannot open it when I changed the version. So I thought maybe it's because I didn't have every module that I have inside of here, but I also have it seems like I misclicked and also added WebGL. Now I have to uninstall the whole thing. That is a little bit weird. I didn't want to uninstall the whole thing, but it immediately did it when I clicked that button. I hope that I can maybe just pick a module. Okay, that just happened. Let's ignore that. Try to install this again, and now I have to try to click the right button. So this had Android, iOS, Linux support, Mac, no WebGL, but Universal Windows and Windows build. I think that they were exactly the same modules that I had inside of this version, and I tried to update the project to the next version, and there seems to be some kind of failure. So I either have to wait for the next update and try that again, or try to find out why I'm crashing when I'm trying out this new version of Unity. It's not a big patch, I think. So and I don't have any complaints why I should update. It's just my schedule. I normally just update whenever I can. I just think it's a good habit if you update as much as you can, because once you stop updating and then you start updating, you have a big task ahead of you, and it's probably going to take a day. Just if you have anything that is not working with the new version, and then you have to fix a lot of things at the same time, and you're just going to stack up more and more work just because you did not update. That's why I'm just saying, update as much as you can every day, and handle the problems immediately, and then you won't be stuck in a really nasty process when you forgot to update for a long time or refuse to update. I know people who turned off Windows Update, which is the dumbest thing that I've ever seen, because they say Windows Update is not good. Okay, so we have these time maps here. We can see how the time map is going to look at the left position, and we can see how they look at the right position, and we can see here, yeah, this stone is a little bit in front of the player here at this position. We could remove that. So this is a really useful tool, because we are not drawing in a static object. We have on an object that is going to move. Let's also make sure that they move a little bit more to the right. Looks like this. Because you can see that the position of this stone relative to this stone has changed if I put them back to center. Yeah, because this layer is moving slower than this layer. Well, that's great. That's now this is moving faster to the left than this layer, so their parallax speed is true. I also checked it just by you can show them all, and then when you go into the game, you can just check if there's positions. If I stand on this position here, this is the most right right. Now this position, this is of these positions. If I stand on this position, this is the most left position that it can have. If I stand on this position, this is the most right position. And if I stand on this position, this is the most right position that the parallax effect can have on our tile maps here. So we can immediately see any errors if we have any stones too far to the right or left. Now I edited something last time and now I have to update that. So we could still try to refine the process here. So let's maybe make a list here. And write down everything that's, I think that now I remember everything that I still wanted to do. And that is 3 things mainly. And then I think we can 4 things mainly. And then I think we can just draw this in no time. 5 things mainly. Okay, 6 things mainly. So I'm coming up with a lot of subtasks. I want to write them down really quick, but now when I want to say really quick, Excel is not loading up. So first, scale objects with distance. I want to make sure that the objects that are further away from the camera are scaled. Down and closer are scaled. The closer they are, the bigger they are automatically. I don't want to set up the size by myself. I already did this with the color, so it would be great if we could also do this with the scale. Then I want to show top jump position. So if I jump up and down, it can happen that the bushes here and stones, that you can see that they are not touching the ground anymore. And I want to have the same functions that I can do to the left and right here. Left and right. I also want to have this just for up and down. Then another thing that I think needs to be done is if I set up the parallax of transforms here. Okay, so they did something weird. You see that I have 3 times the objects in here, and I'm worrying about that this is causing, they are disabled in the game later and they're deleting themselves, but I think they are loading before the scene starts, so we have a little of overhead that we don't need. So I think it's nice to see all of these. It was a nice idea to see all of these positions just to check if the function is working, but it's not. It's very, very bad for the performance of the game. So I want to fix this and make this. When I click on left and right, I only want to shift the real time map instead of showing center parts. Oh, instead of showing a copy that has been shifted to the left or right. So how do we do this? We just shift the center. Shift center part instead of creating copies. And before we do this, I want to test if the current version is working. Then, what else do we want to? do is set up brushes to have nicer scale. Some of the brushes and the stones are way bigger than the smallest stones or brushes, and we have to kind of match their size. So we control the size of the brushes with our random values and not with the size of the original prefab, because sometimes you drag in brushes and you have a brush that is that big, and in front of this there's a brush that is this big, and they both have scale 1, and we can't have that. So we need to edit the prefabs there so that they have a nice scale, so that they are roughly the same size. They don't have to be the same size exactly. We want to have some kind of randomness, but the main randomness should come from our scaling. Okay, so what's next? What's next? Set up brushes to have a nicer scale. I also want... Okay, now it's of course updating. Now I want to set up process to have a hard-coded, even faster version. So what is this about? Now when I drag in one of my templates here, say I put the center point here, and then I drag in my template, and then I press what was it? Time map group. Now I can go through here, press enter, amount of layers 6, sorting order, start order, end order, parallax speed, end parallax speed, start color, end color. Okay, and pick up the brushes. Okay, and I thought it might be nicer if I can do the parallax speed and the color automatically. But now that I think about it, it's not that big of a deal. It's basically, if you just press enter, it's just a second, so that's not important. What I can do is set up. So let's not do this. But I'm testing this. I just see that this is not necessary. So we are saving 1 second is not nothing that I want to do. Set up color to color picker window to I want to press enter. I cannot press enter right now when I'm in the color picker window because it's a bit different window. To accept enter, I have to click that button. That's a little bit weird. Then set up custom editor windows to not change position. Right now the position of the editor windows is changing according to their to the position of my mouse. It's a little bit annoying. It's a little bit annoying, to be honest. So and there was more. There was more, and I've forgotten it already. I had more ideas what I can do. Of course. What's this about? On this, I also would like to be able to press enter, but I think it's going to let me select it to drop down every time, so wonder how this is working. Is it taking my mouse position every time? I don't know. Let's reverse this. At least this is easy to do. Just by pressing Ctrl Z. Now I reversed the whole process. That's great. If you make a mistake, you can just reverse it really fast. Yeah, this is also taking the mouse position. So if I have the mouse here, the window is shifting a lot. If I have it here, it's only shifting a little bit. It's annoying. Let's not do that. Okay. So custom editor windows not to change position. Okay, that's great. Let's look into the tile palette and see what else we might want to add here. Look at the I know the setup more mixed brushes. I want to have sometimes I don't want to only have brushes in the background. Sometimes I want to mix it up a little bit. Sometimes brushes and sometimes to be brushes, rocks. So it doesn't seem like I just picked one brush and painted. So we want to fool the user like I was really putting in some effort, which we just don't want to do. We don't want to put in any effort. That's our goal here, to be as maximum lazy when we draw this and just fool everybody that this has been done with a lot of effort. Which sounds completely stupid, but trust me, that's a great idea. Brushes and rocks. Then gray rocks, dark rocks, the same with gray and brown rocks, and also brown and dark rocks. Yeah, and then we should be finished and have a great time. This will be great, absolutely. Maybe we also want to add another brush here with some vegetation. Since we didn't hardcode any part of the brush system, that's great. We can just put in more brushes and we can register them on the fly with our functions. So that's great. So maybe vegetation and I don't know. Vegetation, brushes, trees. And last one would be vegetation, bushes. Hey, that's a lot of... That's actually not that good. Because I thought this would be a great idea. And it is. But I don't want to make a new brush for that. Set up mixed brushes option. I want this to have an option inside our up brush here. So we have these brushes here, and let's just show what they do. I have this, for example, this brush. It paints brushes. Let's go in a time map. Doesn't matter, I'm going to reverse it anyway. And I can paint brushes with this. As you can see. Now what I want to do is, I originally intended to just create more brushes in here and drag in more fields here and just mix up the kind of object that can come out of this. However, this is a problem, a big problem. And that is, we are ending up with a lot of brushes, and you see it's already a lot of brushes. So this would be a little bit of overkill if I would, because it's basically I want to mix this brush and say, okay, if we only have brushes here in this layer, maybe a little bit too easy for the user to tell, okay, he's just drawing brushes in this layer. We want to give it more randomness, and then we want to sometimes draw a rock here. Now the sorting layer of the rocks. So we would have some rocks, some brushes, and it would be a little bit of a mix up. So it would be nice to have an option here instead of setting up a new brush, which has its advantages, because you could, for example, say, okay, use this. I want to have a lot of brushes, so you just drag in a lot of brushes into the drag in field, and then 25 rocks. So you would have some influence over the randomness. It would also be nice to have an option here to just say add more brushes, and then you would just say you pick the brush, and you want to say want to have the 50% chance that it is going to pick another brush instead. That would be great. So with this system, we could increase the randomness on the fly. Now the randomness here is not bad, but you see in this layer what happened is that you end up with a lot of readability. You can immediately see, okay, he picks up brown rocks, draws them here, then he picked up gray rocks, did draw them here, and then he was picking up brown rocks again and did draw them here with less color intensity. That's really easy to see when the user looks at this. So to confuse him, we are going to try to mix this up. So they are sometimes brown, sometimes dark. We want to have an option here. This is going to be the biggest task for today. Okay, and now, of course, that I started this download, it's taking forever. Now, if I wouldn't talk about this, it would be finished. So let's go ahead and so we've defined all the tasks, and let's just go through them real quick. So the tasks here are clear. We don't have these big impossible tasks like yesterday, which we actually did solve with every quirk that they had, and it was just a really hard experience just to try to make these custom functions. And they are, I pick up this tile map. You have to, it's not on all time maps. Oh, maybe the informations have been lost, so I'm not sure. Let's disable these. It seems that it has forgotten some of the information. Let's look at these time maps here. Yeah, it has forgotten its grid brush. And that's why it says, hey, I can't see which brush you did pick inside of this. That's bad. That's really bad. You have to make sure that it does not forget which kind of grid brush it did itself set up to. So that's the first task that we actually have to do. So this was defined in our parallax time map editor functions. I think this was it. These are basically windows. We initialized this class. And I know exactly where we set the brush. We still have to let this load, of course. So let's maybe look into the API. I also see right now that I'm skipping a lot of frames. It might be because I'm downloading a video to YouTube. Unfortunately, it seems that I might have to stop that. And now it's at 82%. I'm working on trying to upload all of these videos, but it says that I have skipped 1% of my total frames, which is way too much. Normally it should be around 0.1%. No, you can never end up with exactly the 0%, but it just shows that downloading to YouTube is taking a lot of resources here. So while downloading here, you might want to Google Unity editor, set up variables. Because that's That's basically the problem that we had here. Yeah, and my PC is on fire right now. It's a little bit bad, but don't worry about it. I will survive it. We'll survive the fire. Okay, this is a little bit too much lag today. So we set it up here. This is where we set it up. And let's see. Oh god, I can't even click anything. Oh shit, maybe it's the installer installing so much. Oh man, am I it's because I'm installing here inside of Unity. It's trying to install Visual Studio. Oh man. At the same time I'm streaming, at the same time I'm downloading to YouTube, at the same time I'm using the editor. Yeah, of course it's up. Yeah, so I'm really sorry, the frame rate is a little bit bad. So I don't even know if you guys can even hear this, because yeah, it's a lot of lag right now. Sorry. I actually don't want to install Visual Studio. This comes with the update. I think I forgot to not check the chat mark because I'm using JetBrains. But what I actually want to do is show the context actions, and it's fading. No, I actually want to go to. This is really bad, guys. If it goes on, then I will burn with my PC here. Because if my PC, it's great if I just do a single task at the same time, but doing a lot of tasks at the same time, as my PC is on fire right now. It's okay to stream and program at the same time, but trying to do everything at the same time, yeah, that's too much. No, I don't want you to do anything, Windows Studio. Just don't do anything, come on. Can't have that. So the grid brush brace is a serialized field, so it should already set itself up dirty. So that's not the problem. It's not even we're not even seeing tasks right here. YouTube is stopping in the playlist. Now if this playlist open here, and it's stopping every time because it seems to be stuck. So yeah, don't mind me, guys, if I'm burning in the stream. It's okay, that's normal. It's just my PC is on fire. Can handle it. Just going to bite my teeth a little bit, and that should be okay. custom editors. So let's first try to reproduce this problem here. I'm going to give this this point here, this point, a new group. And we have these colors, and I don't care for any brushes. And now this should say brush. It does. Now, if I press play, let's see what happens. Now, if I press play, you see that the brush is not inside here anymore. Only the sorting layer and the ordered layer are correct anymore. So as soon as I press play, it's going to forget what I did set up here with the script. So that's really bad, guys. Everyone, we have to change this. This is horrible. So how do we do this? Oh no, this is complete. This is why we are lagging less. Let's see if the video here downloaded. That's also going to be much greater. So let's before we do anything, let's update the Unity editor here. And we didn't do anything except trying to prove that we still have a bug there. And this will be just annoying if it stays in there. So let's first try to update the version of the game here. Yeah, it doesn't matter. This is a safety copy of the version that I have done yesterday. So if this doesn't work and crashes, it's no problem at all. And in the meantime, yeah, I know you're going to update things. Normally this window does not pop up, so maybe it does some updates which are not perfectly fine. And I've done it. We have downloaded the video to YouTube, the VOD. So I can close that, but next time I won't do that, because even though it's really important to download 1 or 2 or 3 videos per day, so I can maybe get all of my VODs to YouTube, because now right now I'm trying to get all my VODs to YouTube, but it's just taking too much time until they are released. This is why I try to speed up the process. Like I need to release multiple VODs per day so I can catch up to the current date, because I just want to someday just download 1 per day. That would be great. So let's go ahead and come on. We have to look how we open the project. Now I can just drag it to my second monitor. Editor only variables. No. No. The variable does reset. So this one clearly sounds like what we are doing here. I'm also looking at my FPS right now. It's looking great. We're about 60 per FPS for the stream, so that's great. It looks like we fixed the lag here. And just need to keep in mind that Unity is taking a lot of resources when we update it. So I thought it would be great to update it while streaming, just so I can stream faster, because while updating, yeah, I can't do much. And what am I going to do? Watch dirty videos on YouTube or something? Yeah, not going to happen. I just wanted to be productive and start streaming as soon as possible. So but unfortunately it seems next time I need to wait until the code is finished. So maybe I can do this during my workout or something, so I don't need to sit here and just wait and do something unproductive while it's trying to update. So he's saying something, too much text, wall of text. I'm not going to read this. There's the same problem. For the only solution is to stop using target, instead do all of the custom editors with serialized property. Okay, I've seen that. And calling okay, Unity editor is not going to use our it's not going to work with this version for some reason. It's a little bit unfortunate. So it seems we are stuck with the 16 version. Hopefully this will get fixed or something, because I don't know what caused the error. I don't have if we wait a little bit, we can maybe read the error message there. So what was their problem? Finishing load main project win main. Let's start. So it looks like it had a problem with the time map collider 2D. I'm not sure if I have to read this from top to bottom or bottom to top. That's a little bit. I know normally this is the step where it did have its error, so it would be the time map collider. But I could also imagine that it's vice versa. No, I think it's the time map collider. So the new version seems to have a problem with the time map collider. So we have to reverse that and report that bug. Title Unity crashes when after updating from 22. Now I have to look at the version. 117, 116 to 22 to 117. Cannot open window. Cannot open crashing after opening project. And before opening, before seeing the editor window. Maybe that's descriptive enough. I think this belongs into how can we reproduce this? I don't know. It's not my thing. Okay, send. Oh, come on. What? I need an email address. Can I send? Okay, now I can send. Okay, let's set this back to this version and open it up again. It will say yeah, this is the version is different. Please be careful. Yeah, so I reported that bug. Hopefully we will get something back, guys. Also, shouldn't say guys. I should say something like everyone. Because guys is actually male only. I think it's just nice to say, hey guys, what's up, guys? But maybe if I pay attention, I can change that to everyone. But not for the girls. It's maybe there's boys and they want to be called guys. I'm just kidding. I just want to include everybody, just to be inclusive. Hey everybody, what's up everybody? Great, everybody. And now we need to add some swagger, but I don't know how to do that. Hey people, what's up people? Yeah, I'm still trying to get this report to be sent. Now it says it doesn't find the some files that it wants to put into the report automatically, and I'm just like, hey, if you put, that's not my fault. If you put in files that don't exist into the report, yeah, that's kind of annoying. So it tries to put in some files. I think it's just to read the error into the error report, but those files don't even exist, and I don't know why this is happening. It might be because it's those are made so they are set up after I open the window, but there's just a blind guess. It could be something entirely else. Sorry, I have no idea why it's not working, why I can't set the report. So just trying to report the bug. Now we see in 2022 1.16 it's working. Yeah, so no idea. You could maybe look at no idea. What's new in this? Oh, improved. Yeah, improved performance of Time Map Collider 2D. Okay, I guess that explains why it's crashing when Time Map Collider 2D. I think the actual problem is Time Map Collider 2D is being improved. Now it crashes. That's a great improvement. Really, thank you, Unity, for improving this. So this is the first time that I know. Okay, I just have to wait because this will be fixed in the future for real. So I can put this into the bug report. Trying to resend this. Actually, should have sent already. It's just taking forever. I'm not sure if it just packs my whole project in and sends it over to Unity, but to the devs. I think that's what happened. Yeah. I think it has attached my whole project, which is going to take a long time until it's there. So I'm not sure if I want to stop this from being sent. So, and all the other things were just some fixes. Okay. So I'm pretty sure this makes us crash because yeah, the bug report pretty much said to us that this is a problem. Okay, now we can actually maybe start working on something. I want to go to the toilet, but You know, there's a trick. There's a really good life hack, and this is when you really want to do something, when you're working, you need to go to the toilet. Don't go to the toilet. This will make you work under pressure, and you will work much faster. This is a real life hack, people. So, they said something serialized field. I don't know. It's already a serialized field. See if we didn't set it dirty enough. Do we get a code example? I don't want to have another description of this. This is just only suitable for non-scene objects. No, maybe I think we are doing this right. Yeah. So I would like to try out this solution here. Can we even do that? Can we find property? No, we can't do that. So I guess we will have to spend more time to find the solution there. So yeah, so since I don't know, this might take up to an hour. I will make a short break here and maybe go to the breath room. Also, the frame rate has increased, so that's at least that is great. So, short bathroom break. Short bathroom break. I'll be right back. Okay, here I'm back, clicking the wrong slides in my OBS, but now we got the right one. So, as I said, we need to understand how this is actually working. I'm not sure. This is a really bad solution, by the way, because it's finding the property by just a name. Let's just keep searching for better solutions. Sometimes, just like yesterday, keep searching until you find a good solution. Now we found solutions, but they're crappy ones, and we can't have that. Let's read this. There's a difference between mono behavior and editor scripts. Objects of mono behavior can be attached to the prefab and all its public fields and fields marked as serialized field attributes all will be saved into asset. Okay, let's think into that first. Okay, and every time when Unity will load this prefab from asset, will be created object of your mono behavior script, and its fields will be filled by saved values. Okay, now we don't work with the prefab right now, so this is not the problem. Also, his English is a little bit wonky, but I get it. If you work with a prefab, it will always try to load the prefab. We already had this, and this is how we learned how to set dirty. Now, but editor is different. Unity creates object of your editor class every time you, when you open your mono behavior in inspector. Editor can't be saved into asset. When you press play button, Unity destroys out of the editor window and creates new. Yeah, that makes sense. This way you miss your game object in inspector, property drawers, and editor's windows are same kind. Okay, thank you for those details. Does that mean that I have no choice than declare variables in the behavior? Correct. Sometimes Unity will even delete the editor data when it simply saves or loads. So you definitely want to store relevant data in the target object and use that. In the build game, the editor scripts won't even exist. So that's part of the reason why their data is not persistent. Oh yeah, this is pretty logic explained like this. Thank you very much. So, can we maybe protect this script, which we only need in the editor? I've got an idea. A quick fix for this. I think there's different ways to fix this. So the first try that I would like to do is, I know this set dirty function is supposed to do this. So, and maybe we have to do this before or after we set it. So I'm just saying set dirty, set dirty, set dirty. I'm not quite sure when we have to call this. So let's just test out if we do it like this, if then the error is still persistent. And if we still encounter this error now, that means set dirty is not working at all, which is unfortunate. Let me also take another look at the script here. Yeah, we do try to record the correct object. Can we just record the brush? Yes, we can. Maybe that's the problem. Okay, let's rewrite this code here. So if this works now, we just use set dirty war. Also like this name, set dirty. So let's make this into a time map group with 6 layers. Enter, change. Value cannot be null. Name target. Okay. So we need to do this after we set the target. I guess. I'm not sure what we're doing here. I think it's a little bit weird that we have to put something inside and then set dirty. On the other side, these are serialized fields, and the API says then they are already marked as dirty, so that shouldn't do anything. So I'm just trying to make sure that that set dirty is not working. So let's just go into this time map here. We see the brushes inside. Let's hit play and just pause immediately, stop immediately, and see if it's still there. Press play, stop, and it's gone. It's gone. You see, this field now is empty. Let's see what happened to the other fields. A sorting order and layer, they work, but this brush, that's not working. So we need to do something about this. Also immediately says yes. There's this is null. Okay, but we don't want to mess around. This is with this. So the next solution here would be to make sure that this is only inside the editor and not called inside of the game mode. So Unity mono behavior only in editor mode. Can we maybe do this? Boom, headshot. Yeah, that's... Damn. Oh, that's editor script. So we can maybe do this. Does this work? Can also change its namespace here. And that's actually not doing anything. Okay, let's save this and just try again. So this, what does this do? In editor, it will be available in editor mode, but if I play, this shouldn't do anything. Now I can't guarantee that this is going to influence if it loads its value nonetheless or not. It might be that it's still loading the values, so this is not maybe not working. But even if this is not working, we only need this in editor mode, so it would be a nice practice to have this inside, to not execute anything of that inside the real game. So it won't help us now, because there's nothing except some variables inside, so it won't improve the performance of the game that we do it like this. But just it's just good practice to practice doing that. And let's look. Ah, it's still gone. Still gone. So that didn't help at all. That's unfortunate. So, oh, so we don't need to this inside. This is where the bug happened. Because the value here has to be initialized. So 30 doesn't work. Execute in edit mode doesn't work. So we are left with nothing. We don't have an idea. All instances of the script execute in edit mode. By default, they are only executed in play mode. By adding this attribute, any instance of monolithic behavior will have its callback functions executed while in editor and edit mode too. Okay, this is not what we want. We only want to execute in edit mode. This is making that update awake is also executed in edit mode, but we don't want to do that. To indicate that the mono behavior correctly takes prefab mode into account and is safe to have open in a prefab mode while in play mode, the attribute execute always can be used instead of the attribute here. the functions are not called constantly like they are in play mode. So this might be not our solution, because it doesn't say anything about the variables inside of the class, which means variables might be initialized in play mode, which I think is what happened. Let's look at C also. Execute always. One in edit mode. This, and I think yeah, I think this is so the class will always execute. Also not going to change anything about the variables inside. One in editor mode. allow a specific instance of mono behavior to run in edit mode. By default, script components are only executed in play mode. By setting this property, the mono behavior will have its copy functions execute while the editor is not in play mode. So this is a little bit wonky. It doesn't say if it is not executed in play mode, and it doesn't say anything about variables. I think you have to do this with the execute in edit mode, and then it will set it to this property. Yeah, okay, so it's not helping us. Anyway. Okay, so we are left with no idea. But we need to fix this. Maybe we can record this with undo. But can we record the brush? Yes, we can record the brush. So let's do this. Let's record the brush. I just see undo versus dirty, so I was just thinking, hey, what if we record only the brush here? Because the brush seems to have problems. So let's reverse. Let's see if this actually... Oh, reversing does not give us back the brush settings. So let's go ahead and make this into timelapse group again with 6 layers. Enter. Pick. Okay. Now it has a... No, magic trick. Now it has a brush. And look, I'll make this brush disappear. See? It's gone. This field is gone. Magic. It's magic. Woo! It just disappeared. Okay. So undoing. Undo also doesn't work. So we are left with nothing. We are left with nothing but our creativity, and creativity is endless, just like the solution that we can find inside of the internet. So this has to be public. We cannot change anything about this. What if we make this static? Oh. Then we can't access it, I guess. Yeah. In non-static context. This is static. And I would have to say time map selection info or brush. Yeah. Not what I want to do. Because I think if I put this to static, I would have to edit the whole time, every class at once. Yeah, it's not what I want. So they all say serialized field. We already have serialized field. God damn it. So we see it's a dirty, doesn't work. We see record undo, doesn't work. We made this into an editor. The script doesn't work. So I'm just going to look into more of these Google solutions. Variables in the inspector. It doesn't help us. Set dirty. We already have set dirty. Set dirty. Damn. Does not reset, and that's not what we want to. Undo record object. Let's look at serialize object. What that is. Serialize object. Serialized object and serialized property are classes for editing serialized fields on Unity objects in a completely generic way. These classes automatically handle dirtying individual serialized fields, so they will be processed by the undo system and styled correctly for prefab overrides when drawn in the inspector. In many cases, you will create tools to modify objects in your project. For instance, the following script example creates a menu that resets the local position all game objects currently selected. See the example. Reset a selected object's position, no undo. This will not be undoable. Okay, yeah. And then let's not read the text, just look at the example here, because I'm usually just faster with code. reset selected object's position. He's creating a new variable. So a little bit hard to guess what this so type is. I think it's a transform, but I'm not sure. So it opens the data stream to one or more target Unity options at a time. I got an idea. I think this will also not work for us, because I just had an idea. Okay, I think this will not work, but I'll explain later. Okay. I think the main problem is not maybe what is happening is not that the value inside of the inside of here is reset. I think what's happening is that the brush is deleting itself when we hit play. That could be it. That could be a problem there. That might be very weird. No, it's not weird at all, because it doesn't exist in editor mode. In play mode. So sorry, I'm thinking a little bit too fast here. No, I'm speaking too fast here, not thinking too fast. You cannot think too fast. Thinking fast is great. So set up all these brushes here. Now we have this information in here. Play and pause, and it will disappear, in my opinion. In my opinion. And the reason for this is it never was the problem that this brush did forget what kind of brush is in there. The brush was deleted. However, one thing does not make sense about this, what I'm saying. And that is, normally I would expect this to say then missing instead of none. On the contrary, it's resetting the brush, but it's not forgetting the color, the order in layer, the sorting layer. All these values seem to work just fine. It's just the brush. So it has to do something with the brush. It's not the field and how we set this up. This has to do something with the brush. And my theory is that the brush is temporary, and the other, but we need to do something that is permanent. So let's see how we find this. What are we giving back inside of this big brush editor window. Let's see the implementation of the function that we have right here. We're creating a list of brushes. And those should actually be in the grid brush, in the grid painting state brushes. So we could do two things here. The first thing is, instead of saving the actual brush, we are just saving the integer value of the brush. This will 100% work, because we know we don't forget integers, but this has a big drawback. If we put in more brushes, we will actually forget our correct value, because if we put in more brushes, the order will be different. This might mess us up. So this would be a last-ditch solution. It would work. It would work way better, much better than what we currently have, but it would not be generic. Instead of that, we could just remember the type. Yeah, we could just remember the type. It would be safer. So we can identify the brush by its type, because the class is unique of each brush. Their classes are unique. And one thing I want to try first is where's this brushes setup? We don't need to reference to these brushes, which is a new list with grid brushes. I think they're pointing to the grid brush, to the grid painting state brushes. I think they are reference to those variables, but they might be copies. So we can look if maybe they are copies. Then we want to make sure that we point to the real brushes. On the other hand, if they are copies, it might be the problem here, because once we enter play mode, we don't have the brushes. So that's maybe what's happening. So once we enter play mode, the brushes are uninitialized, and that's going to cause a bug. I don't know. I'm still guessing, but I think that this is a very good theory. It could actually be true. So set up the timer group. Let's just set up one layer. Don't need multiple layers. Will be much faster. We're just testing here, trying to find all of the quirks. Now we have this default brush. I think it will disappear, because this is pointing to the tile palette brush, and the brush is destroyed once we enter play mode, and now it's none. The only thing that's weird about this is that this is not saying missing, and this is why I am not 100% sure. So the next thing that we want to do here is, instead of adding the brush to, let's not let's just make a copy of this brush, and instead of reading a reference to the brush, we are copying the brush and then giving it to the tile map selection info. And we just have to make sure that we put in a value that is not deleted, or we end up play mode. So maybe this is going to be permanently. Before that, we gave it a reference that is going to delete itself. So how do we do this? I think this should be easy. So we have to create a new brush here. Call this brush clone. And we want to create a new grid-based brush. Damn, we cannot do this. Why? It's a protected constructor. No! That's... It's unfortunate. It's still just look up C# clone variable. So it has to be marked with clonable. I'm pretty sure this is not clonable. So we cannot just say this is wash.clone. No. Yeah, of course it's not. So yeah, is there maybe another way? And if we do this, I don't think it's a brush clone. So what is... It's also a temporary variable, so that's even more bad. Yeah, that might be the worst solution that we could do. So... I don't know. So let's put in a type here. I think this would be the best solution. But I think this is reflection. System type. now I have to say get type. And this will be permanent value. You won't be able to see it in the inspector. This is the only drawback. And here you can compare the type of this brush to our type. Yeah, that should actually work. Let's try this out. I'm just trying to cast it by its type. Trying different values here, trying different solutions. Since the type is unique, this is actually better to just than just casting it to an integer. Now this has a drawback, and this is in theory, if you would be able to create multiple brushes of this with the same class, something that we don't do, but if you would be able to, and you can do this, definitely, this will not work. However, we don't intend to do this. And there's a lot of things that will not work if we do this, so we would never do this. Because we simply have we tried to avoid this so far. So hit play, stop playing, and then let's see if we get an error. It should immediately show an error message if it has forgotten its type. We don't see an error message, that's great. So if let's select another brush. If I go to another tile map, then select this tile map. It's trying to select brush, but it actually I can reset, please. There seems to be some kind of error. So it seems like it did save its type, but it doesn't know which one it is. That's weird, that's weird. Did it reset anything inside of here? No. So let's see what error was in here. Now I don't know why this was called, to be honest. Maybe it was comparing the types and then I wanted to check this. It could also mean that it was bugged. I don't know. So I wanted to say if cells are not null, because this is where the error is coming from. Yeah, this is null. They have not been initialized. I think they're null. I think, or not initialized. I'm not sure. It's the same. Let's do this again and see if this ever worked. Let's see if this ever worked. Okay, now I pick this brush. Now something weird is happening here. Active tile map nothing. What the hell is happening now? Now I cannot choose the tile map anymore. This is scary. This is scary. This is really scary. Some of those brushes seem to be randomly messing up with the active time map. Let's clear the error messages before we test this out. Now if I select this, this is automatically setting itself to brush brush. Yep. And when I hit play, it's not. So now this will cause an error. And that means it has forgotten something. Forget about fixing these codes, it will never work. Or will it? Maybe it tried to get the type of an empty brush. It's still weird. It's still weird. Let's see where this is used. So we don't see where this is used. Can we see where this is used? Yeah, we can see. So we can't see where this is used. We can't see it for some reason. So I don't know where this is called. This is bad. But why is this called? It's because it seems like it wants to compare to something when this is needed. So let's make sure if cells is not null. And else the hash will always be 0. Oh no, it gets the results. Count users just, oh, that's hundreds. It might be it. That might be it. So cell get hash to code. What do we do? How do we want to get a hash if the cells are not initialized? Maybe it's a bad idea to hash the cells. Yeah, that is actually a pretty bad idea. So the hash code is used by a lot of functions. And I guess the tile palette is under them. Somewhere. Your time map editor. Grid brush. So this is used somewhere. This is still very weird because we're just comparing the types. So I think it's in this part of the equation here. And it's really weird. Because why would this suddenly be null? We're storing inside of this a class. And that means I'm just storing a class, yeah. So let's debug log this. Found brush. Let's get rid of this if. Let's say this is null. And then it goes through this and it says, okay, there's a null object in here. This is always false. And this would cause this to not initialize. So then it would be just an instance of a random brush. This is what's happening, and then it tries to put it itself into the grid brush. That's bad. That's really bad. So we want this. We want to assert this is not null. This was never null because we cannot just write this again. I think. Hands off. Will this work? Oh. I think this should cause an error, but it doesn't. Okay, then now it should actually not get past this assumption here. Let's try that out. So we still have a problem with forgetting things. It's annoying, to be honest. Yep. It immediately says something null, just as I predicted. But it did pass this here. I'm a little bit concerned why this didn't stop the function from working. So this should cause an error. Check if expression is null. Yeah. Else. Whoa. Exception. Error. Throw. New exception. Error. Brush class in is null. Or maybe we want to check. Yeah, we want to throw this here. And then we want to throw this error. This is failed to initialized. Initially, and I don't have a mouse. Guys, stop stealing my mouse. People. And then I have time for tea. I have my mouse back. Initialize. The lag is unreal right now. That's really dumb. So I could close this. There's not a lot of tabs that I can close here. I could close 4 tabs. Yeah, and can't do anything about that right now. Now the stream has 60 FPS, so I'm not sure. The IDE seems to be broken right now. Yeah, so everything seems to be fine. Now it should throw an error. Brush in the time selection info is null. Okay, now we know that it's null. That's great. That we know it. It's not very great that it is null at all, but it's nice to know. So the problem remains. We're putting in a type, and we need to clone this type. So where is it? I've forgotten. Was it somewhere around here? Yeah, here. So we need to do this. Type wash type is going to be and then later we put in this brush type instead of what we get out of here, and we need this brush type to be permanent. This is the problem. The brush type is deleting itself. Let's not speculate why it's setting itself to none. Let's just try to make this not a reference but a copy. It's not clone, it's copy. Cloning is with classes, copy is with variables. I think we can copy a variable without cloning it. Cloning is for classes. So this is cloning. We want to copy. Properties in your object value types can be properties in your object are value types, and you can use the shallow copy in such a situation like that. It's too complicated for them. Let's do memorize clone for now, because it's just one. It should be a one-liner, 1 or 2-liner. So and this is type So we can't member-wise clone because it's not. Of course, there's a problem with member-wise clone. Why can't we do this? How do we fix this? I don't know. Cannot access it. Can't cast this to object, I think. And I don't really understand why. And I know that you can do something like this. I'm just really not sure if we need to do this. Let's just try it out. I think there's the one-liner that we can put in, but I don't have an idea. So this is more like yeah. I'm a little bit out of options here. This might work. But there's also a risk that this is just a waste of time, but it comes with all of the methods that we have already done, so it's worth a try. Deep copy. So in here, need to give it a type. The type will be type. Okay, we then get out. We don't need to say that it's going to be a type. And what we do now, we copy this variable and really make sure that we hardcode this. Make a copy, please. Nothing else. No fancy stuff, please. And what's really concerning me, the bug report. It's really copying my whole folder that I'm working on right now. This is, oh man, this is so dumb. I think this is causing a lot of lag. So trying to be helpful, report the bug, yes, but next time I will not include my whole folder inside of the bug report, which is going to be, I don't know how many gigabytes. Taking hours to report this bug. Thank you, Unity, for trying to help me, but next time I will not include my whole folder, sorry. I also don't think that this is going to help them. I won't be the only one who has a problem with the time map, new time map performance. I don't say that updating the 2D time map performance is a bad thing. This is actually something that I wish for. Updating the time map, it's just a great thing to have. So now let's first try out. Going to select the correct brush. So the first part is working. Let's try it out again. And it's null. What the fuck? So we made a deep copy of the variable and it's still forgotten. So I thought the problem is because it's a reference to a brush that the brush would then disable itself. And that's just not true. However, we do have one other option to. They have a hash code. We just save this hash code. Come on, this is how we can maybe fix our problem. Okay, I'm getting insane. I'm getting insane here. So we're not just saving a type now. We're working with the hash code. So, we don't want to make this. Want to get hash code. Yes, we can do this. Oh, and it's then going to be an integer. This is great. This is going to work. Maybe at least this is going to ensure that it's really easy. Okay. So the next Y. Now the sad part about this is I don't have an idea what actually caused the error. Because with the deep copy, I don't know why I forgot what we did set up in there. Yeah, maybe it was like, yeah, it's play mode. Yeah, I'm going to forget everything now. Fuck you. Sorry. But this is like what it felt like. So maybe we would have to find a method inside of Unity how to store a variable that is not forgotten in play mode inside of the editor. So yeah, a weird case of a bug. So now if I select this tile map, it's going to identify the brush by its hash code. Okay. Let's see the hash code here. You see it's just some numbers. Great. Press play and instantly stop. And let's pray through the algorithm gods again. Please, I offer you my soul. Please don't delete this hash code. And it's still there. Now if I select the brush again, it's there. Okay, it only did cost me my soul. So that's as easy as it gets. Just give your soul to the algorithm gods, and you will automatically do your tasks. I had nothing to do with debugging here. It's just magic. So this is how you actually need to program. Just do sacrifices. So scale objects with distance. Now we can actually start with our task. After we spent 1 hour trying to fix something, but at least it's fixed. And all the editing, this is what we are doing here. This really pro, next level pro stuff. This is something that a lot of people wouldn't touch, and I'm just glad to get anything to work in this area, because yeah, it's getting complicated when you're trying to get into this level of depth. So I'm glad we have this. Now we need, we need to set the scale now automatically. And I want to first have the first field should be, it should be min scale and the max scale. So what we want to do here is, we actually don't want to ask the user for the max scale. We only want to use one scale. And the min and max scale, why do we need to save both? No, we don't need. Don't need to save both. We only need to save the min. We need to save the min scale, and later if we see the look into this brush here, we just read out the minimum scale, and then read the maximum scale, and then reevaluate them so that they, if you put those down, they will, that the maximum scale will just have the same kind of variety inside of there. We can actually even scale this max scale with the minimum scale. So if I put 1 inside here and 2 inside of here, I put this to 0.5, this would not put itself to 0.5 but to 1. So we would have to, what is it, this this divided by this. Yes, we would have to calculate their relation first, and then scale the max scale according to their relation. I think that's a good, that's a reasonable explanation. Okay, now we have this min scale here, and this is going to be easy, guys. People, everyone. This is going to be easy. We just have to find the function first, which is the hardest part, is to remember where we are working on. Actually, because we're working on the same function the whole time, let's just close all the other functions. It's going to make it much easier to jump to the correct functions. Why do I never do this? Yeah, this is actually the function that I'm working on. Now that I've closed all the other functions, I don't have to search inside of this. This is just back practice by me, not to close them. Okay, let's keep working on this. So, it should ask us for 2 floats. Let's pass this. It's also going to be the same kind of algorithms as for the shifting speed. So we're going to copy this. And we need the start scale and the end scale. And then, according to this, we're going to make all our objects bigger or smaller. No, I can't show this in the editor right now because it's loading. And we'll keep loading until I stop working on this. And this is going to be the user input, where the user puts in his values. Holy shit, I'm really working slow right now. Just because I'm sending an error report. Let's see how far the error report is. 79%. Yeah, that's not great. So you see, it's lagging really a lot. So it's really such a pain to work right now. We're trying to be helpful. Actually, you know what? I need to work right now. Let's cancel this. Even though it says it says 79%. I want to exclude my folder now because it's just way too much information. And immediately send now. Okay, now I should actually be able to immediately work on this because I don't have to submit them my whole folder here. We don't need this whole deep copy again. Can get rid of this. And now we want to work with the start scale and the end scale. And we are just going to copy our algorithms here that are going to calculate it from start to end. And this will scale each object that we put in there. So, where would be a nice starting point? This one. Float. Float min scale. Scale. So we want to initialize our scale, and if we only have one layer, it's going to be just our start scale, and if not, it's going to be a variable that will just calculate from our start scale to end scale. And then we need to put in the scale into our timed copy. Just copy this here and say scale, min scale. So scale. Okay, now we've done this part. Now we just need to read out these values again. Let's find the correct function. This one. Let's also rename this from test2 to a real name. Something that I didn't see yesterday because we had such a pain just to make this work. Okay. Test2 are going to be in a different name, have a different name. Pick and set up set up brush. Yay. So we now have a nice name. It's always important to have good names for your methods. Because it saves commenting. Because if you look at this, there's not a lot of comments. That's okay. You're not exporting it into GitHub. It will also be a pain. So when we do this, we want to go inside of this and first make sure that we can edit the min scale and maximum scale. So now we see these are private. To make them public so we can edit them. So I want to use this. I don't want to stretch any of my brushes. So I'm just going to constrain the proportion to X. So I don't need to put in too many values here. So what I now have is min scale, and I have to make a new vector for this new vector 3, and it's going to be the same as its y, and also its z value. And then the last part will be, you will put in the min scale. That's as easy as it gets. So now we need to do the same with the max scale. Just leave these values as they are. But we need to calculate a new float here. Float new max scale. And this is going to be calculation. New max scale. So what do we need to calculate here? We need to calculate this before we put in our values. Say we need to calculate new max scale to keep its proportions, to its division, its relation to the 1 into the 1 division. It's to keep its relative proportions. Come on. What's the correct mathematical term for this? It's correct mathematical term. Yeah. Come on. Keep its scale. To keep its proportions, relation, partition, percentage degree of difference. Let's put in this. Which is just a rough excuse for not knowing the mathematical word. Not in English, in German as well. I just don't know how to name this correctly. There's a word for this, and I'm too lazy to Google it now. It's not that important. So what is this going to be? It's going to be the min scale plus the brush max scale times oh no. What's in there? Let's do this with 1 and 2. Min scale is 1, max scale is 2. We put min scale to 0, 1, max scale is 1. 0, 5, and max scale is 1. So we know, how do we know the max scale? Max scale is twice as much as the min scale. So the max scale is max scale divided by min scale. Let's see, then we should get 2. Don't know why this is. We have to work with the x values. So this should roughly only tell us the difference. So this will be, this is 2 and this is 1, this will be 2. Times. And this will be times. But we have to divide before we do times. Yeah, okay. So the new min scale is 0.5 times 2 is 1. So this is how we keep their proportional size. To keep the proportions between min and max. Yeah, the proportions. Yeah, that's the word. That's how did I forget that? Yeah, it's proportions. I really did forget how that proportions exist. That's really sad. Press F for me in chat. Okay, now let's go on, and we should immediately be able to test this out. Ignore this error, it tried to compile too early. This was when we are still typing and scripting, and then it recorded an error. So that doesn't matter. Let's go on. Let's make a new shifting here. don't make it disabled. Okay, now set up this as a group. We want to have 6 layers. Color, color. I forgot to set the scale. I forgot to set the scale. Now let's see what the scale is. I think it did put in random values. Spectre. Scale 0 to min scale 30. So let's draw on this layer here, which is oil minus 50. We also have to white draw in layer 50. So it did have a problem with the max scale. So let's see what kind of error this is. Failed to override lightning settings, doesn't matter. So it has a problem with calculating the max scale right now. This one. So we need maybe to debug log this. I don't know. Yes, oh no. I don't know what happened. So there's one thing that we that could go wrong and that we have to look for. Just let's new max scale and just give it out. New max scale, if this is the error or if it forgets the value. I think it's the error though. So what's the problem here? We can also reverse this. One problem is if the min scale was 0, then it would try to divide by 0, and you know, dividing by 0, that's not nice. So let's reverse all of this, and the min scale was 0. Yeah, it's always going to cause an error. So what do we do if it is 0? Also have to make sure, maybe I was mistaken that the example that I picked there was stupid. What? And it just works by accident. So what if I put in values like 4 and 2? And then it's 2 times bigger. I mean, min scale times 2, yeah. 1 and 3. 3 divided by 1 is 3. This is going to work. So if max scale is just a fraction, like 2 and 3, 3 halves. It's still going to work. 3 halves, then 2 times 1 and 1.5 is 3. Okay, so Now this calculation works only if min scale is not 0. So what do we do if the min scale is 0? So let's see. Let's first check this. If this is 0, what do we do then? Yeah, we need to take care that this is going to work now. If min scale is 0, we cannot divide by 0. Yay! And also, if the new min scale is 0, can also not multiply by 0. Hey, that's another thing. So I would say I will do a short break, go to the toilet real quick and lose some, for just losing some weight. I'm not doing anything dirty. And I'll be right back after that. So hi, I'm back here and I just came up with something. Just going to the toilet is maybe the crazy thing I do, because then I have a minute to think just for myself. This is maybe I should write a book, and inside there which would be, what are the best practices for good programming? Going to the toilet. I always get good ideas when I go to the toilet. And so I was thinking, like, the mathematical problem is how to solve. If we end up with a min scale of 0, which can actually happen. But it shouldn't. It shouldn't happen. The only thing that where we would like to have a minimum scale of less than 0 or would be if we want to flip a drawing. That was my thought. So right now we cannot really do that. It will, if we would put in, if it scales with a y, the y would also be flipped, so it would be upside down. And we can also just flip the x value, so it will then only turn with the x value. However, there's one big drawback that I just thought. The lightning in the drawings is coming from the upper right side. And that means if it's coming from the upper right side, that the shadow is always here. If we flip this, then the shadow will and the lightning will not match, because it's essentially hard-coded in there. Because we don't use normal maps, which is a drawback. Maybe if I would restart a new project, then I can use normal maps, but I don't do it here. So yeah, we cannot have negative min scale x. So this should never be. Never should the min scale be less than 0. Okay. And that should be clear now. And if somebody puts 0 inside of there, which is not making any sense. Why? If you have a random value of 0, then it will sometimes pick 0. And then you won't see anything, because it's you spawn in a game object with 0 scale. It just won't be there. It doesn't make sense. For our case, we spawn in drawn objects, and if they have the scale 0, then we just spawn in bullshit, because we can't see anything, and just waste of memory space. So let's define can never be smaller than 0.1f. If it's smaller than 0.1f, then just straight up say bullshit. We are going to we're going to set this to 0.1. Don't use values lower than 0.1 in our case. Yeah, that's maybe a really dirty fix here, but it has to be done. So the next thing that I want to do is we also don't want to have min scale to set this up ever. To be lower than 0. So I still have not set up the text here. Start scale and scale, and hardcode this for the first time to be the values for the background. So background would be go from big to small. I don't know. We have to find out the values here. I think half the size is okay. These are felt values, so it's hard to determine the correct scale here. Okay, so the next thing is when we pass them and we say that any of these values are 0, we're going to just increase them to 0, 1. Or maybe let's not allow 0. Let's just don't allow a scale of 0. Because 0 is not making sense for a scale. Just don't want it. Not just because we're dividing. It's also because we don't want to just waste our time for our memory space. And we want to avoid being in 0 scale. There's really no reason why we should do this. So this would only be happening if we do this by accident. So then I'm going to assume that it's an that it is an accident, because yeah, as I said, a scale of 0 would just spawn in an object that is not visible, and in our case it's not it's no use. We want to have values that make sense. So I always also want to make a new task here, and that is hard code new values if current name is set to, guess what, foreground. Yay. And why? Now these are values that are nice for the background, but I want this to be matching our cases here. So this is why we are using we will be using soft hard coding. So if you type in background, then the input text should suggest me the best values that I have found out, and if I type in foreground, it should already suggest me the best values that I have found out for foreground. Yeah, this will just make the workflow a little bit faster, because this is what I will be doing 95% of the time with this. And for the 95% of the time that I'm using this function, I want to work really fast. And if I don't want to change any of these values, I just want to type in foreground, background, and then just press enter, 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 just so that it works. Yeah. Also, the amount of layers will then determine the default values for this text here, because it's also if I have 6 layers, I want the end order to be 0, 10, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. If I want 4 layers, I want it to be 0, 10, 20, 30, 40. No. 0, 10, 20, 30. There you go, because 4 layers. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should count with my hands. Maybe that would be nice. Better. I could actually learn how to count. And that would be great. Yeah. Everybody, let's do it. Counting with the hands. This is how you make it master degrees. Okay. Also, these were minus values, but that's not that important. Okay. So, what are we left to do here is to test out our function. Well, the first try didn't work out because, yeah, dividing by 0, not a good idea. Let's reset this brush to use a min scale of 1 and a max scale of 1.1. Yeah. Or let's put this to 2, just to control much faster if the values have been put to reasonable new values. So they should roughly be correct. What can I say? Now we're going to pick the brush for every layer here, and we have an invalid operation. Fail to restore lighting settings. And that's not making any sense. On and preview. So I think this bug is coming out of this function here. So let's set oh, we already did that. There was another function that I actually saw once. Updated grid layout. Maybe it's because we didn't put this inside. But that doesn't matter. It's also weird that this has lightning settings. So let's clear the console first. And let's pick a timer. And we immediately see that the min scale and max scale have been set. So if I would draw on this one, they are all in the background. We need to draw on the foreground though. Yeah. And now I'm going to draw on this layer. Now this should be way bigger. Yep, and it is. We immediately see the min scale is 1, the max scale is 2, and the layers in between. So you see 0, 0, 9, 0, 8, 0, 7. It's a nice example how you can immediately see that the new max scale is working. Yeah. No more effort in this. We've done it. This is working just as it should. Really nice. Now we can stop debugging the new max scale. And yeah. So what else?
The Blast YT. Hello.
Hello, the Blast YT 31. How are you doing? I'm doing just fine. I just can say I can delete this task here. And then I can hardcode the new values if parent's name is set to foreground.
I'm good, call me Blast.
Okay, Blast. I hope your day was a great blast today and that you're having a blast in every hour that you have today. have a nice day. It's a blast to have you here. So I'm trying to set up my game right now to be really fast when I draw my my assets into my game, and I'm just trying to create tasks and solving them. And one last task I will have is check used resources. No, it wasn't. Oh, that's unfortunate. I hope the rest of your day will be a blast then. So I can maybe show what I'm working on. We just saw some objects, and I'm working on my game right now. Here's what I'm experimenting, how I can make it look pretty. You see, there's a lot of objects here, and I just try to make this really fast. I tried to do this yesterday in 10 minutes, and then I was spending 25 minutes on drawing this, only this position here, because there's a lot of stuff going on, and I'm trying to make this all into an automated task, so I can just define what I want to do in each layer real fast and start drawing. And I actually did this then in this layer here in 5 minutes, from 25 minutes in 5 minutes, just because I automate everything that I want to do. Okay, what are you writing? No, it wasn't. I have downloaded Unity 2 days ago. I have no programming knowledge, and I've been recommended to do this course on YouTube. It's a video about C#. That's rough. So you have no programming knowledge. Getting into programming takes years of experience. So I would say you have to first work on your mindset, because else you're not going to last very long if you try to get results really fast. Programming is about, just like I do right now, just trying to get results very fast. It's about that, but for that you just spend a lot of time optimizing your test level, and you try to optimize yourself, your skills, your methods, until you are ready to make a game. And this is how you basically need to learn. I think that's the best way to learn this stuff, and with motivation. But for that, you have to be honest to yourself. This is going to take forever. I've been working on this procedure here for weeks now. And if I go and play the level now, can I send the video that in chat that you see that I'm talking about? Yes, but wait a second. So what I'm doing right now is, when I go through this level, you see all of the objects here. You can see this with the stones here. They're shifting. You see that they are shifting in the background. And I'm trying to optimize this whole procedure as much as possible. So let me enable links for a second, because they're disabled right now. So I need to go into the moderation. You can't post links yet. Now you can. Now. Try to post it again. I just updated the chat rules. Okay. So I'm disabling links again. Okay, the link you sent there looks valid. Just let me check out YouTube. let's put in your C#
Hey, welcome to
tutorial.
Draft Academy. My name is Mike. In this course, I'm going to teach you guys everything you need to know to get started using C#. Now, C# is an extremely powerful programming language, and it's used in millions of applications around the world. There are literally thousands of things you can do with C#, and there's tons of...
Okay, I'm not going to put the 4 hours, of course. Yeah, because I'm working in C#. I have a master's degree in computer science, so basically the most of it will be really easy for me, not be necessary. So this is about C#. And it teaches you basically how to compile the basics. I think he is talking about data types, yeah, integer, string, and how to debug, how to write out code. Okay, user input, calculator, MATLAB, arrays, methods. So user input in the calculator. You can basically skip the user input. MATLAB. Don't know about that. Arrays are important to understand. Methods, yeah. Return. If. So this is so if I go through this, he's going through all these individual important basics. But if you just want to have a really nice knowledge in Unity, I don't know. Post it again, yeah, but it's is it good for a person with no programming knowledge? That's hard to answer. So it is a tutorial for people with no knowledge. That's correct. I would probably guess that this is good. I would say it's sufficient. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst, because the topics are correct. These are the topics that you should work with when you are getting into programming. Now, it would be a little bit better if you would have a tutorial with first in a more serious tutorial, you wouldn't have a face cam, at least not as big as he is, and to only work with slides. He's working live, and that can be a little bit annoying, because I think he will not have optimized his whole tutorials to no end, especially with the length. But as far as I know, there's not too many I don't know any tutorial that does that very well. So on the other side, for example, variables like this here. In school or in university, this point here is these are already 4 hours in university, so it's reasonable fast. It's not too fast, it's reasonable fast. And then it goes to methods. If this is okay for no knowledge, it's okay. I also don't think that you can get around this easier than having a 4 hours tutorial. So I would say, let's be honest, to finish this tutorial, it's 4 hours long. You would need to you will have problems, a lot of problems, especially at the beginning. Here, just getting the IDE to work and everything. This is going to be very difficult, because making the IDE work so you can just go and type into the editor where you actually do your code. This is the longest part where you often have problems installing. Now, when I was doing this with Java in university, it took a lot of time, and then I every time I needed maybe 2 hours just to install, because sometimes it wants you to put in weird variables inside of some folders, make some modifications just so that you can work. If you want to work in Unity though, no, you still need the basics, to be honest. So all of this, if you ever want to learn programming, yes. And after that I would do a Unity tutorial. So if you don't have the basics, yes. Also, you have to be honest to yourself. This is 4.5 hours long. To complete this tutorial, you would need maybe 5 times the time, because you cannot work with this efficiently by just having this play and typing at the same time. You can try to be really fast, but when programming, you have to be very patient and to think for yourself, else you're just copying code. Just copying code is the last thing that you want to do when you're learning. And this is why a lot of people get stuck at the beginning, because they're just copying the code. And so when he does something, you often have to listen to him, stop the video, think about it. And this is why I say this is at least going to take 5 times as long as the video actually is. So you would maybe need 5 how many? 9, 18, 20, 22.5 hours for this. Can you do this differently, more user-friendly? So if you don't have as much time, for example, this is, let me think. If you don't want to spend time on programming, on learning this, use Unreal Engine and use blueprints. This would be my recommendation. Or use some kind of interface where you don't need to program. You're still going to have to learn stuff, and it depends how old are you. How old are you? Can I ask you that? Because so it's also something a little bit depending on your age. Because if you're really young, basically you will maybe not want to get into programming first. You might want to just go on and do stuff. And this is also something really important in programming. You don't want, at the beginning, you don't want to learn how to program. You essentially just want to go and learn something. This is why I would maybe recommend Unreal first. And then if you do stuff in Unreal, you just learn this stuff while maybe making your first ego shooter or making your first little scene in Unreal Engine. So this would be my definite answer. Okay, then I will. I think I can go on with my project. So I was trying to torture myself with coding even more. So hard code new values if parent name is set to foreground. Okay. So I will do this task. After that, I will go and eat something. We'll have my nice little dinner. Breakfast. I still didn't have breakfast. So this is the last task I want to do. So what is going on here? And we have these values here, and we have default values that we put in here. So I don't want to go on and search for this every time. I maybe want to have a struct settings that has all of my all of the information that I need here. So let's see. We have all of these variables in here, and I want to put in values for them. If I that will be automatically set up. I don't type background, they will be set to the first value. If I say foreground, they will be put to the second value. So can we make a struct? I've forgotten to make structs, to be honest. Struct file map group settings. And this just holds a lot of information. This is a structure that just has variables that we can read out of it. So we can copy this code here. See if there's other variables that I've forgotten about. The start and end color. So let's copy this code so I also have the color. These are the variables that I can enter into my nice little function here. And I copy this code inside. Of course, it's going to be all red. And this is nothing. This is intentional. So I want to actually delete the first lines of code that I don't need. Just want to set these values here to two values. So how do I do this effectively? It's I have background. And I have them for the foreground. So no, I need to do this like this. Now I have a problem. And inside of here, I just want to have two structs. Two structs. Okay, so I want to have two structs, one for the background, one for the foreground. They're just hard-coded stuff. So one is going to be the background settings. And I have to learn how to avoid background. And one is going to be those. I think they're public. What the? Okay. No, public. Okay. One is going to be the foreground settings. It's actually went differently. Okay, should be. My IDE says they have to be uppercase. I don't know why exactly, but okay. So now I have to see what kind of values I need here. So amount of layers. Default value is 6. Here, also in the foreground. Oh, these are just the values that aren't working. Background is always 1, foreground is always 5. This is 0 minus 50. These are the values that I put in here. Oh, I can't. So they need to be static. Yeah, they need to be static. Hopefully this will not make any problems. Since these are, as I said, hard-coded values, it's okay that they are static. Let's maybe just work on the background first and then copy the code and put it into the foreground, because I'm too lazy to do this 2 times. So and then we have this shifting speed, which is 0, and it's going to be a float. So those will be floats. These are the inputs though. So this is 1, 0.5. This is 30. Start color is going to be just color white. And the end color is going to be this color. Okay. And we can see if we can just... No, I'm not sure why they are gray now and the others are not, but that doesn't matter. Let's copy the code, put it in here, and now just do the same thing for the foreground. So this would be positive. In the foreground we have positive numbers. Shifting speed is going to be negative. Scale is going to be from 1 to 2. So in the other direction, Saturn and Keller can remain the same. And we can now just, if we want to change this, we can just go inside of here and change these values real quick, instead of scrolling down every time, trying to find these here and trying to use them. So damn it. There's still a twist. think I need to do it like this. Find the struct here. And don't assign values. And then I want to name these. Is this possible? Maybe not. Cancel. I don't know what this error message is supposed to tell me. So you're supposed to tell me I have to do this? What? No. Let's see. How to fill a struct at start. I also have to define C#. So we're working in C#. That sounds like not really good practice though. Too many code lines. Can I do this maybe more efficiently? Okay, these are all not helping me yet, because I just want to see to fill my struct before I initialize. So yeah, that's this struct. Yeah, that's pretty easy. So I think the easiest way to do this is to put this kind of code here inside to make this and then make an initialize function. First, let's reverse a little bit. So let's put this inside of a function that is going to be automatically called when we start the game. So let's see if we already, I think we did see such a function. Just don't remember when we did this. This was done yesterday. Initialize unload, yeah. So we can write this. Now it will write this, and now it will initialize itself immediately. No, we already have this method. We need to initialize those two bugs though. So it would be like something like this. And then we just put out this code. And here, when we start the class, it's going to initialize itself. So we cannot access its values. Let's put them to public. Okay, so let's make all of these public. I think they could also be static. Is this possible? No, then we can't set them. Yeah, no, they can't be static in this. They can be static here. Because they are going to have multiple values. One for each instance. Okay. And then we can just assign each value real quick. So it's going to be sorting layer, start order in layer, end order in layer. All of this stuff we are going to initialize, and it's going to be great. And then we have these two color values. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I could also go just by the code lines, but that would be too easy. And we're going to just copy this code. Now we are going to do this with the foreground. Put in all the foreground variables here. And then we give it some values. So 2 minus 30 plus 50 and 5. Those are the values that we have given it here. And we're done. So now what the hell is all of this for? What the hell is all of this for? Why do we do this weird stuff here at the beginning? Just setting up all of these hard-coded values. What is this good for? You might ask. Now we have this struct, and we can read it out real quick. Now in this case here, the user will type in background or foreground, And we will make a new tile map group setting. Oh, yeah, tile map group setting. And it's going to be background setting. And if the parent name is equals let's say he's not typing in background and it's foreground. So if I type in anything else, maybe I do a typo. So if I type anything else, it's foreground. That's as easy as it goes. Then this will be map the foreground. So I still haven't used this. So now I just say this input text is going to be. Oh, all of these are strings. Yeah, okay, I could convert them. Do I want to convert them or not? Yeah, I want to convert them. Where was I? Yeah, I was here. Okay. This is amount of layers to string, and we are going to do this a lot. So sorting layer to string. Oh no. Now I want to change something else and rename this variable here the end order to per layer increase per layer. I want to rename this to increase per layer. Scale per layer. So why am I renaming these? They are not the end scale and the end order, because we can increase this even better. Yeah. I could also change this to change, but an increase can also be negative. So in a mathematical way, we are actually right. So start order in layer.
The blast YT. I'm sorry my power went out.
Oh, I'm sorry that it happens. Hopefully you have enough energy now. And glad you're back. So, where did you leave the stream? Did you hear what I was saying about the tutorial? And this will be very just calculate this.
YT. Nope, I heard you said it's good for the basics but not for Unity. The blast YT. Or something like that.
Or something like that, yeah. It's I didn't say it's not good for Unity. These are the basics. So yeah, if you want to learn the basics, then it's not that good. No, if you just want to work really fast in Unity, then it's okay. But it's not directly going to teach you how to work well in Unity. It's going to increase your knowledge. And I would just recommend trying to do that what you want to do. If you want to work in Unity, you maybe want to become a game developer. And coding is the hardest and best paid part. This is why most people say learn coding. Yeah, because you want to be paid well, but it's also the hardest task. So I would say if you just want to make 3D models, if you just want to make nice environments or think about game logic, then Unity is not that easy. It's a very good engine for people who know the basics. So if you don't want to get the basics, if you just want to do a game really fast, go to Unreal. If you want to get the basics first, go to Unity. With the Unity, you have the best tools if you know what you're doing, if you are really good at it. In Unreal is a little bit more straightforward. You have there this blueprints interface. I will show you. Unreal blueprints. So in Unreal, you do your coding like this. You just type in, I want to begin, I want to make a branch. Branch is the equivalent to an if clause. And then you're automatically going to learn a little bit. You get an idea how programming logic works. And if you don't have any experience with
The Blast YT.
logic.
So Unreal is easier than Unity.
I didn't say that. No, it's not. It's easier for beginners. But if you scale it up in Unreal, you don't have a good documentation if you want to program. And you have a lot of different systems that you need to learn when you want to handle Unreal. So both are difficult. And I don't know. I would just say I don't know which one is more difficult. I think just getting to know how to develop a game. You can go with Unreal because in Unreal you can skip the programming part for a long time by using those. But if you overdo it, like here, you can see these can get complicated after some time. Normally you want to do something like this here. This is like here, begin play, set a timer for an event, countdown for my rounds in my game. One round should be 1 minute or something. Set the time, and then you learn how to program with these kind of nodes here. And in programming, like I do it here, if I would read this code, I wouldn't understand it. This is how hardcore coding is, and coding is years of hard grind and experience. And the nodes here, they are just to get a quick result. So they both have their pros and cons. For beginners, I would say start with something like this, or like Lego Mindstorm, to get and then get into coding. At some top, or you say I already know coding logic. Now I want to start learning coding. Then just go ahead and do the tutorial. Oh, yeah. 1, 2. Say order in layer increase per layer times amount of layers. Okay, now let me calculate this. So with 1 layer, this would be 5. 2 layers, this would be 10. It's a problem. -1. Okay. So with 1 layer, this would be 0. Given we start at 0, and this is 5. So with 1 layer, this would be 0. We go from 0 to 0. That's okay. With 2 layers, we would be 0 to 5. Yeah, that would also work with, and now in our case, 6 layers. And this would be 25. What? So this would be amount of layers, I guess. Let me think real quick.
The Blast YT. Do you have a book recommendation? The Blast YT. 4C.
No. No, sorry, I don't have a book with recommendation. For me, the recommendation would be try to achieve something in an editor. Try to install an editor. Maybe go from Unity into an editor and start to program. And try to just get some results.
Or a tutorial recommendation that would help me go with Unity later.
Well, just do what the most people would do. Just try to find a good tutorial on YouTube. You would probably take some time and just search for a tutorial. Something like Unity, C# for beginners. I'm very positive that you will find something when you type that in. Just Unity, C# tutorial for beginners. And that should get you to learning programming really quick. So let me think for a moment. With 6 layers, I would start with 0, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay.
Can you search that up real quick, cause the things I get are word.
Okay.
Blast YT. Learning Unity in 15 minutes. The Blast YT. That's impossible.
Yeah, that's of course impossible. So in 15 minutes, yeah, you can teach everything about Unity in 15 minutes. If I increase the speed of my language to 10 times and crank it all up into a video, where I just read out a lot of the API, and you won't understand anything. But 15 minutes is impossible. Let's see. Unity, C# for beginners. 15 minutes is not going to work. And let's filter for maybe for playlists. This one seems to be okay. It's 24, so it's a lot. No, but 17 minutes should be okay. Just joking there, kidding. Oh, it's 7 minutes, yeah.
The blast YT. Ha ha ha.
So, and this also, I would maybe search for a playlist. Playlists are a little bit better in their structure, because if you are in a playlist, you can, if you have your, for example, your 4 hours guide, in 4 hours you start to get into the video, do some stuff, and the next day you forgot at which part of the video you were. That's why I recommend playlists. So
my new series that is
so let's start with this first tutorial, beginning C# with Unity. And if you want to increase the results here, you can go to filter and go to the type playlist. Now I only see playlists, and I want to only specifically look for C# playlists. So like this one, C# fundamentals. I think 49 is a little bit too much for beginners. This one looks alright, but this is the same as this one. So I think this is just a random playlist. Let's look it up.
Hello.
And it has 6 slides. Oh, this is a compilation of different tutorials. Oh, it's a good sign when there's an Indian guy. Ah, if you think so. Now, I would be careful with it.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Because, yeah, it's an Indian guy, doesn't tell anything. Nationality is not important. And thank you for following, by the way. Nationality is not important. So there's good Indian guys, there's bad Indian guys, just like in every nation. And with Indian guys, sometimes you have. I've seen some tutorials that are really, really backed by Indian guys, and where they did some stuff and I just could see that they did code wrong, and yeah, just Indian guys doesn't say anything. They are just still normal persons. And for me, it's Indians. If they have heavy accent, if they talk too fast, if they don't use slides, I wouldn't recommend an Indian tutorial. Because a lot of the tutorials they load up are put in with not a lot of effort, just record their screen and talking. And this is actually what you would try to avoid in a tutorial. You want to have a tutorial that is really put in with some effort, where there's only the important parts. And I will go through this tutorial now. Let's go.
Test. Then I'm gonna go ahead and select my cube and drag and drop the test script on the cube. Then double click to open it in Visual Studio. So here our script has been opened. So first things first, we have these two functions created by default, the start function and the update function. The start function gets called at the start of the game when the game starts, and the update function gets called again and again and again every single frame.
Okay, first of all, he has an Indian accent, but he does not have a heavy Indian accent. That is a good start, for example. And that tells you that he knows he's talking to the wide web, and he's speaking kind of fast, but it's important that he's not overdoing it with his Indian accent. And a lot of Indian guys don't pay attention to how they speak to the world. And this is really something that's important.
All right. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to learn to destroy the object. So in order to destroy the object, we have a function called destroy that you can call from anywhere. So we're going to call it from the start. So we're going to write destroy. And what are you going to destroy? We're going to destroy this game object with which the script is attached. So we're going to write game object exactly like this, not in capitals, game object in small capital like this. So now if we are calling it from the start, so it should get destroyed as soon as the game starts. So if I save the script and go back to Unity, now let's click on play, and when the game starts, as you can see, the cube got destroyed. Alright, so our destroy function is working. So let's open the script again. Now we're gonna learn to destroy it after a few seconds. So to do that, we're gonna write a comma and give the amount of time we want to destroy it after. So let's say we want to destroy after 3 seconds, so we're gonna write 3 F. And if you want to say float, you need to write F. So we're gonna destroy it after 3 seconds. So in Unity, we can.
He's speaking kind of fast. I don't find that very helpful. It's okay. I think that's okay. Let's go and skip a little bit to the end and see if he keeps up with his quality.
Win text. And now, whenever our sphere collides with the cube, we want to actually show the win text. So whenever our sphere collides with the cube, first of all, we're gonna destroy the sphere, and then we're gonna say win text dot set active to true. So before starting the game, we're gonna deactivate the win text, and when the game starts and when it collides with the game object, we're gonna set it to true so that it shows up on the screen. So save this and go back to Unity. In the beginning, we need to set the win text and disable it. Select our cube.
Okay. I think this is a mediocre tutorial. You can get through with this. Let's go to the next one. This one seems to be really good because they are shorter and they have good clickbait. That says something.
Quick intro vid is for the Learn to Program with C# series beginner Unity tutorials. If you're new to C# in Unity, start here.
Okay, this is just an introduction. Let's get this.
Hey guys, it's John here. This new tutorial series is going to cover the fundamentals of programming, and I know that there are tons of resources out there already that cover this, and I've asked him, which is Jonathan. I would need the 3 required components with an optional 4th. So I would have to have a public or private identifier. So for instance, if it's public, it means it can be changed outside the script. It can also mean I can edit it in the inspector. If it's private, only this script can access it. It's not available in the inspector, and nobody can see it.
Yeah, I cannot recommend this because the way he speaks, is it's not very beginner friendly. He's summarizing his thoughts, but he's more speaking to himself as to an audience. So can immediately see a problem here.
Because think about it, you're gonna have enemies in your game, and those enemies need to damage you. Well, what is damaging? Damaging is subtracting your health, right? Well, your enemies have their own class. So eventually, when we get into class inherit for max ammo, right? So say you had so we had a variable called private int max ammo count. Max ammo count equals 100. The reason why it's private is because I don't want any other script to change the max ammo count of my weapon. If my weapon...
He does sound like he's speaking with himself.
weapon was designed to hold 30 bullets, it's going to hold 30 bullets. Nobody should be able to say that, hey, instead let me go ahead and make it like 50 bullets. Alright? One also important thing to know about variables is that they're called variables because they can...
Let me skip it. Okay, he does something really bad there. he doesn't structure his variables correctly. Normally you put public to public, private to private. So in the first tutorial he already does a mistake. It's not talked everywhere though, so but I don't know. 8 minutes just to define some variables. Yeah, that's cannot really recommend this. Now the next one, C# fundamentals. Very long. We have some hour-long tutorials in here.
Again, and welcome back to my channel. So today I'm actually going to be covering declaring variables and methods in Unity. So I want you to start by right-clicking on the hierarchy, click on create empty, and I'm actually going to rename this game object to video 1, and then just click on the game object and then go into the add component, new script, and I'm actually going to have you create a new script called video 1, and I'm going to click on the gray empty area under the project, create, and we're going to create a new folder called scripts. Then you simply drag and drop the video 1 script to the scripts folder. And then the next thing that I'll do is actually double click on the video 1. And this is basically where we're going to be doing most of our training today. So the first thing that I'm going to have you do is actually delete the method update. And we also can delete this comment. And I'm using the latest version of Unity, which is 2018 3.0. And you're welcome to use any other editor. In this video series, I'm going to actually focus on using Visual Studio 2017. But if you want to use any other editor, you're welcome to do so. Have a type of a decimal. You can also have a flow. You can also have, a string. You can have an object, then with quotes. So it's actually going to print corner.
So I'm trying to see what he does there.
Change their name. And what we can
Okay, first just write things to the console. That's nice.
And we can actually go back into. And there's another concept called, go back into Unity.
I don't know about this tutorial. We already had him. Let's look into this tutorial.
Hello and welcome to Charger Games. My name is Raja and this is a new series on Unity scripting tutorial, script, and we have a JavaScript. So from here, if we click on
this is also not a quality tutorial. It's really hard, as I say, because you see the first 5 minutes he's talking to a blank screen, and this is normally where you want to put up the slide. So not going into that.
Very barest parts. And if you already have programming experience, you're going to be bored to tears. So you should look at another resource that will help you out, in such as Hello World or Hi Mom or anything like that. Unity includes its own console, and if you go up to the window here and you go down to console, you'll see a console like so. This is where all the messages that you write or all the messages that your scripts generated will be printing out.
This one is really good. It looks like he can speak clearly. He uses a slide at the beginning, even though I'm a little bit confused why he has to put this inside. But he's just talking then to the slide. But at least he's not just speaking to an empty window, and he speaks clearly, and I like how he's explaining things. He's really taking into mind how users, beginners are thinking. He's working on an Apple PC, which is not what you would recommend ever, but let's go on.
I'm going to create 2 folders in my project browser. One is going to be called Scenes, and the other is going to be called Scripts. As you can see.
Yeah, it's from 2015, but that's not that important. it's important that he's speaking clearly. So I would recommend him the most of all that I've found now. Let's see if he has a newer tutorial. Zombie games. Not really. So interestingly, though, he doesn't have newer tutorials. He just does gaming. So yeah, okay. But I can recommend him. He's going to be a great guy. You might want to skip a little bit. And 2015 is not that important. 2010 would be too much. You have to take into account how Unity developed. But you can, if you don't want to get older videos, you could select this year. No, it doesn't let me. That's a little bit unfortunate though. Can sort by the date. Now I'm getting everything, also the trash. Also, there could also be an absolute gem underneath them. Okay, let's go into this one. So,
Alright,
but these are the last tutorials that I will review. This is from 2021.
you've installed Unity, you are ready to make games, and now you just need to learn how to code. And don't worry, I got you covered. So the series is going to go over the basic ideas and concepts and give you a good understanding on them to help you further build and expand your knowledge to help you make better games and hopefully mono behavior. You could tell a class derives from something when you see a colon here and then a separate type or class. Reset the transform of an object, what you do is on the game object, you right click your transform component and then you'll see reset, and if you click on that, it'll set everything to its default. So this is what I want to work with right now. So I can attach the variables class to here, and now that it is attached to the assets folder, and now what we're going to do is get rid of the update method since we don't really need this. Alright, so
okay, he tried to make a meme inside of that. I'm not sure if that was funny though. At least he's trying.
It is very easy. It mainly consists of 3 parts. So you have the access modifier, and the access modifier is basically what the variable is open to be modified or read. Go over the second part, which is the type of the variable. So the type would be, for example, float, and a float is basically type of number, and there's also int and bool. So we're going to go over all of these, so I'll create separate variables for each of them. So a float is a number, and now for the third part, it will be the name of your variable. So I'm just going to call this my float, but you could call this fun. No, you could call this funny or something. You can call it whatever you'd like, but I'm just going to call this my float. And I'm also going to create fields for int and bool. So let's do that real quick. So
ooh, okay, I cannot really comment him because he's writing the my float in uppercase, which is something that you never want to do. Sorry, but let's see if he is correcting this later. But if he is not correcting this mistake here, which is really huge, Ooh, he's okay. He's writing everything in uppercase. Ooh. So it's hard to recommend him. Also, now I'm in 6 minutes and he only defined some variables. Yeah, he only defines some variables here, so I don't think that's a good tutorial. Damn it. Okay, so I'm going to review 5 more. And I'm also only going to skip through the first one every time.
අයිවන් ඔගොලු මේක තුලයින් කන්ට්‍රෝල් ඉන්ටරැක්ටිව් YouTube channel එකත් එක්ක
What?
ඉතින් මම අද ඔයගොල්ලන්ට අරගෙන එන්න හිතුවා C# ටියුටෝරියල් කීපයක් මොකද මේ මගේ කලින් වීඩියෝස් වල ගොඩක් කට්ටිය කමෙන්ට් වලට ඉල්ලලා තිබුණා C# ටියුටෝරියල් සෙට් එකක් ඉල්ලලා පේන්නේ නැහැ ඉතින් ඇත්තටම කමෙන්ට්ස් වැදගත් වෙන්නේ
Okay, I think he's not speaking English. Oh, I wasn't sure if this is Indian or Indian English or
the very basics
not
of
English.
C#. One of the questions that a lot of beginners ask is, what is the difference between C# and .NET? So that's the first thing I'm going to answer here. Next, I'm going to
If you post links, I have to enable them first. Links are automatically blocked when I don't allow them. So now you can post them again, the link again. But I have to say, yeah, we always be careful with links.
talk about CLR, or Common Language Runtime, which is the runtime environment for...
Maybe you have to wait a second. Wait. Try again. Just try again. Maybe it did not update it, the rules so fast. However, this tutorial looks to be professionally made. He's using slides at the beginning. He's not just recording his screen and talking to it. And again, what the? I actually allowed links. And again, okay, it just seems that if I disallow links, it takes some time until I can until it updates. So when I say disallow links in Twitch will take some seconds until it will update. Okay. Oh, I saw that.
How to program, but don't know where to start. This
Okay, first I know this guy. He does a lot of indie tutorials, so I can say his tutorial will be at least mediocre or better.
Should help point you in the right direction. The world of programming can be a large and confusing place, but let's try and break it down. I find that lots of people who have never tried to program before think of it as one skill. Being a programmer means how to do one thing. However, the truth is pretty far from that. There are many different programming languages and ways to program. So this brings us to the first decision an aspiring programmer has to make. What language do I start with? And the answer is, well, it depends. There are a lot of languages to choose from, and each have their own strengths and weaknesses. But most importantly, what language is right for you is going to completely depend on what you want to make. For this series, I've chosen to go with C#. No, not that C#, this C#. Now, some of you might know that I'm a bit biased here. After all, our entire YouTube channel...
Okay, he's obviously completely biased because he's working in Unity. And okay, he's going through, this is going through just installing, which is the correct first step.
But for now, we can ignore everything except this line right here. This line writes out the program. By default, these are set up correctly. It did actually start, but it...
Okay, he first writes a hello world, which is basically what you want to learn first. And this is what programmer want to teach first, how to write hello world. This is just a tradition.
The program was finished, and right now it's finished as soon as it said hello world. So we didn't even really get a chance to see it. So to fix this, let's add a line underneath here. So I'm going to add a new line here, and this line here is going to tell our program to wait for some input. Once up, it displays hello world, And when we then press a key, description, and get the game dev mastery course included.
Okay.
So,
with this tutorial, I think you cannot do anything wrong. It's short enough and long. It has the right length. It's cut very well. It's known, well-known YouTuber. At least I know him because he does a lot of Unity tutorials, and they're always cut great. You will have some entertainment. He's not the best in the fully scientific explanation, but he's going to be very good for basic understanding and understanding the basics here. And all the basics he explains here. Let's go to variables, for example.
And then we add.
You see, for example, he uses how he writes username. He's not writing it with uppercase, for example. So he's great. I can recommend him. So if you go through all these tutorials, they are 2 hours. Let's say they are 2.5 hours. You will be finished in 10 hours, I guess, or 12, maybe. You could try to do this in a weekend or something, or just say one video per day. If you want to say, yeah, this week I'm going to learn this. You can learn this in a week, and this is going to explain you all the basics. But then here in classes, he's going to stop. And you see, these are 30 lines of code. He probably has 60 lines of code, so it's not too complicated. It's just 20 minutes, and it's not too complicated. It's the right length. I can recommend this to you. I'm going to skip through the other ones real quick.
Called Hello World. Look at these 4 items here. Properties. Expand that. We have a file here called assembly info.
So this one
Tab.
will try to do the same, but this will be more of a very, very dry explanation. This is also more directed in a more generic way. It's not specifically for gaming.
Hey, Chris here from Llama Academy. Here to help you. Yes! The default one that you'll get whenever you install physics, whenever AI has achieved a goal, something like that. A scripted name, we want it to be descriptive for what it's going to do, kind of white text. Since these are just giving us access to other code, and we are using the Unity engine, and we know in this script, if we move down a little bit, we have a public class count up. That's the name of the script, void start, and then the little. I'm going to walk through it really slow. And we actually need 2 of these for the example we're going to do today. We're going to define combinations of primitive types and functions. Now, member variables, and their delta time is the amount of time that's passed since.
Okay, this tutorial is a little bit complicated for beginners. It's a good introduction into Unity, but I think it's kind of okay. It's not too long. It's understandable. Also, the length is okay. Could also do this on a weekend, but this will require you to have some basic understanding.
So welcome to a that you start out in. As I know some, so you can see the camera has some properties and components, and the square has some different ones. So you can actually see and mess around with the settings of this particular game object. If I want to move it, I can do that over here. We can actually right-click on the transform component and say.
And this is also people talking to the screens all the time. I don't see any slides in here, no cuts. Yeah, this is what we want to avoid, I think. Just basic uncut tutorials. They're always disappointing in the end.
Behavior components in Unity. B, the color gets changed to green, and when we press B, it gets to the ground, which changes the color.
Okay. He also starts with a very complicated script here.
Variable
as you may see, when you make a new it's going to do for us. It's going into the machine, then result, the new variable, is equal to my int. So 5 multiplied by 2 is returned. So I could say
this is also kind of okay. He's editing a little bit, trying to show what he's saying. So
scripting convenience of a compound code.
But I would recommend the tutorial that you have found. But because what you have found there, the tutorial has a very generic way to explain to beginners. I know that he's emotionally just a little bit easier to handle than the very dry explanations that you normally will be given to you if you just Google the tutorials, and he's putting in a lot of effort. So you can at least guess that he's not just trying to make a tutorial. Someday he says, hey, let's try to make a tutorial, and then he just sits down to his PC, records what he's doing, and make a video out of that. Now he's actually putting in a lot of effort. And actually, this is also something that I want to do someday, but no time for that today. And also for my stream here, I only download the VODs and call them VODs, and don't cut them down or anything, because I know I don't have the time for that. And if I would do a tutorial, yeah, I would not take takes from my stream, because 90% of programming, it's you sit down here, want to do something, and then you're just thinking, how do I do this? And I actually go and Google up the stuff into the where Unity defines what I have to do. So this is really why I wouldn't recommend people who would sit down in front of their screen and just try to explain something to you. Yeah, that's great for them, but it's not a great way to make a tutorial, in my opinion. So some people can say, I'm that they are absolutely legit, but I just don't think so. Whelp? What whelp? Oh, the power went out again. So, okay, I would recommend you the tutorial that you have found and compared what I found. And this was definitely the best one. This is very generic. Because I know the guy, and also the cuts that he makes. He will also make some jokes to keep you entertained. And when you're entertained, you're much more likely to keep going, even though that you might not get what he's saying at all, but at least you can keep going. That's what I'm saying. So yeah, I can recommend him. I just tried to evaluate between all the tutorials that we found, and his tutorials were objectively the best for most of the people. C# plus Unity can be overwhelming if you don't have any programming experience, but the goal of building a game usually helps with motivation. Yeah, absolutely. This is also why, unfortunately, the tutorial that you had there was not using Unity, but this was a good tutorial. And unfortunately, most of the tutorials out there in Unity, or all that we found there when we are just trying to find a good tutorial, were in Unity, but they were very dry and not fun at all. And yeah, there's a lot of things that how you can make a good presentation, and I just didn't see anyone who did make a very good, objectively good presentation. Thank you very much, guys. But I need to go. See you later. Thank you for joining. I hope I could at least help you, inspire you to search a little bit. And good luck. Hopefully you will get through with your tutorial. So yeah, I mean, you did help me find a tutorial. You're welcome. Okay, now I want to make these values here a variable, and I think I'm nearly through all of them except for this start color. So let's do that. Oh, okay, I have to recalculate this default color and this end color and put it in there. And calculating a color is not that nice actually, but let's try. And default end color. And now we need to calculate colors, which might be a little bit hard. What we want to do is basically this, but we need to do this with the color now. So I think I have to type in this, but for RGBA. Damn. Damn. Ugh. Let's go. New color. And this is going to be RGB. Maybe on. Maybe I just want one value here. Yeah, I just want one float in here because I maybe hard code. Kind of hard code. Yeah, we do a mix of hard coding and not hard coding. Let's make this not a color. Let's make this a float. And make it a little bit easier to read this value out later. So we have to correct all those values again. But okay, that's not the point here. So start color R. Then then we have to repeat this line of code 4 times. Just R, G, B, and F. Now we have then default and color. Okay. Now let's hardcode do this hardcoded stuff here. Amount of layers. Default is 6. Increase per layer is going to be -10 then. Shifting speed per layer. Increase per layer is 5. Start scale increase per layer is going to be -0.1. We start with the color white, and with each layer that we add, we want to have less color value, but a little bit lower. We want to end with 0.25 approximately. So let's estimate a value real fast. -5 times something. 1.5. 5 times 1.5 is 75. Yeah, that's actually correct. And that's basically it. Okay, now we can take this value here, put it also inside of the foreground. We don't know which amount will look good later, but it's a good start. Here we will increase the scale per layer with 0.2, and this should be nice hard-coded values. They're hard-coded, but they're soft-coded. I don't know. So let's do this again. Alright, also I don't want to skip this music. We choose another track. Okay, I like that one better. Maybe I should go back and kick that track out, but I'm too lazy for that right now. Actually, I'm not spending a lot of time choosing my background music, because I just think it's way more important for me right now. Be productive. So end order in layer 61. It's okay. I'm a little surprised by the values that it did put in. I have to pick the brushes here. I have to look into the layers now. So this one is, yeah, that's not pitch black. Oh, the alpha value has been set to 0. didn't see that. So the start color is color white. So why is the end color alpha 0? Look into this color. It's white. We decreased the alpha value for some reason. So I don't want to edit the alpha value normally. So where am I? Oh, did it stop collapsing all my methods? Yeah, I wanted to collapse all these methods that I'm not working on right now. And okay, that's where we are working on. So default end color. And yeah, I did decrease the alpha value. That's a little bit dumb, to be honest. And also I was surprised that these values were one of like 61, 29, they should have been 60 and 30. How did that happen? Oh, yeah, I see. I have to correct my brackets here. Whoopsie doopsie. Got a bracket mistake. Sorry. Damn, I forgot to put in brackets because minus is going to be executed after multiplication. And that caused a little bit of fuzziness here. Okay, hopefully I did not overlook any calculation. Let's double check because that means I did. Oh, okay. So let's do that again. It will be great, it will work now. Actually, I have no idea if it is going to work. I'm just trying to say something until it actually lets me test it out. Because there's nothing like clever that I can say right now. Just can try to have my motivation. So let's make a new group. Background. End order looks correct. End parallax speed looks correct. Start scale, end scale is correct. Start color, end color looks correct. And then I can pick some brushes. Let's always pick the brush. Don't want to set up anything special here. Now, what is going to happen if I pick a time map? I only want to see the time that I'm working on right now. So let me set up the transform here and say only show me the selected one. Now I got rid of all the other generated time maps, so I can actually find my stuff. It will automatically select the correct brush for me. I can now start painting, but since this layer here is the background, this is a little bit bad for testing. Now max scale minus 12 is not correct. We need to do something about that. So what does this say? Okay. What? Let's put this to 2. Okay, now let's go in here. Okay, now it's using good values. Maybe I did put in values that I have set up. Okay, and go to the next layer. Just have to always avoid this sorting layer right now. Then I would go to the next layer. I would go to the next layer. Then I would go to the next layer. And then go for the last layer. And you see that those are close to the camera are way bigger and those far back from the camera. So this is exactly what I want to have. Yeah, it just generally looks good on the fly without me putting in the actual scale or something, calculating them on my calculator. What is each layer going to have? It just works immediately. So something seems to have been towards null. Pick and set up brush. So this was null. So we maybe have to also check if the palette is null. So I think it goes like this. I've forgotten it. Damn it. I think then it will check both of them and still say this is going to error. Because it's first checking this and then it will still go on to this part. God damn it, I forgot how to do these question marks. Question mark if clause C#. And now this one. No. Also something that you can do with null. If statement with null check. So I can do it, they say I can do it like this. I don't know. So it's supposed to work. I don't know what the problem with the specifically Unity game object is. So yeah, no idea. And that should actually improve our code here. So let's say we hard coded new values. If we have to check what if we say this is a foreground. Okay. Now let's check the second part. and see if we can make this real quick. Set up timer group, say foreground. Now it says sorting our order 5 immediately. It's correct. And I just have to press enter here, not trying to think about anything. But if I wanted to, I could change the values here. I still want to maybe press enter faster, except for the drop-down menus. Because in the drop-down menus, I will have to pay attention. So this is where I don't want to have anything. And then, after setting up the brushes, after doing all of this, it seems that this editor Windows is having problems with setting up. So this is something that we still have to look into, because it's a little bit annoying, but the editor window is not setting up itself correctly. I think it picked a brush here and then did not update correctly. So how do we do that? We updated it, but it looks like we updated it inside the wrong function. I know you would have to do something like that, but I don't know why and what it does, which is always a bad idea. I cannot import this, for example, and I don't know why. I think it's because this is not what it's made for. Just try to make this here, 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 and here. And hope that it will work. And if it doesn't, we immediately know that this is not the way to do it. I just want to filter out, is this kind of structure even helping us? And then I will have a guess how we can set this up. So the way this works right now, I just need to type anything that is not foreground, and it will put itself to the foreground, calculate everything that I found out is going to be good, and pick all those brushes. And then we still have a lot of errors that just pop out of here. It says 555. 555. So the problem is with the drop downs. Okay. So this doesn't do anything. And I have no idea why. So this pick brush. You maybe can compare it to another window. The other windows don't throw this error, so we can just look at the other editor windows and see the difference. I think this is the fastest way how to maybe get the information that we need. Yeah. Also, the color picker is causing this error. Also our editor input dialog is causing this error. So, okay, every window that we have is causing an error. So let's look this up. Unity editor window rows okay. Close. I really want to fix this real quick and then we just get going into cook a little bit. Okay, this is window rendering lightning, then bake generate lightning build. Okay, it's building. Okay, I don't think that's what we had there. Let's see if this generates any lightning for the game. I think this was not in editor. Oh, this was not in the inside the editor. Oh, I don't know what it did there. I'm just reading it through a tutorial like there. But let's try shifting. Let's also lock this because it's a little bit annoying that it's resetting itself every time. Let's do this again. Just don't do anything. Pick. And we have a lot of errors. But that didn't help at all. So next. Try adding layout vertical. Okay, this see what is our problem and preview. So we need, before we close, Before we close, we need to tell the editor that it has to end change check, I think. And preview. Well, I have no idea what we're doing here, but let's just try to apply this to our windows here. It's nothing that I can just logically determine. It's something you just can tell with the experience. There's no way to know what kind of error this is. Now it's also calling end vertical for closes. It's not helping though. So let's do both of them and just see if this helps. Let's see if this does fix the error. I have no idea. So for everybody who's watching right now, I have no idea what causes this error. I'm just trying to find the error and somehow fix it, but it's not easy. So no errors yet. We have the same amounts of errors. Show model. Unity show model. How are we supposed to do this? Yeah, it doesn't say anything. So I don't know why this is causing an error. What's this show model utility? Oh man. So this is just another function. Doesn't make it any difference. Let's try to Google this error one more time. So it's show model and then this error. And nobody seems to have this error, so let's only Google this error. And no solution. Okay, so unfortunately we're stuck with this error message, which is really, really annoying. So let's also look at this. Was this there before though? I don't know. I think we just caused a new error. So maybe don't do this. Let's see. If we now have less errors than before, there would at least be some progress. And then I think we can say we have hard coded our values here. We just have to fix an error. This has something to do with the windows here, and we can do this when we want to do this task here. Set up color picker window to accept enter. And yeah, actually, I think we should do this next. So yeah, I'm sorting the task a little bit more. Okay. Now, this task will be done next, but for now, I just want to test if we have less errors than before, and would we at least tell us that we fixed an error that we created by trying to fix our error. Okay, now we have 56 errors. So we even have more errors now. Let's try to find this error here. Show modular. Okay. No idea what they are talking about. Preview window utilities. No idea. It also is not helping me at all. So show modular is never being googled. Typed into a Google error, and actually we don't have any good results for this error. Constructed it on enable. How do I do that though? Let's go on. Okay. Unity editor window on enable. Enable. And this does it with on GUI. GUI. They don't do anything weird with this. This is annoying. So they don't intend to have this error pop up. So we have to fix this, and it's some something that Unity does not know that it exists, I think. So we could, instead of on GUI courses, on enable. I'm not sure if this will work though. Let's just try it out. Just a vague guess. Maybe it will not even display itself. It's just that if you cause enough errors, it might cause Unity to crash, and I don't want to write a function that causes Unity to crash. And okay, it's not working. Not working on enable at all. So just making the on GUI function on enable is not working, but that was kind of obvious. This doesn't even seem to be for Unity. Oh no, this is Unity. This talks about Unity, but I still don't know why this doesn't work. So I said hours ago I want to eat something. I'm going to eat something. It's really important that I need food. So I'll be right back. I'll be getting my breakfast now. Still breakfast, it's not dinner. Yeah, I will have to eat that later, but there's no choice. I have to eat my breakfast now. And yeah, except if you want a stream, Dev is going to starve to death, but I can't afford that. It's too expensive for me. So see you back after a short break, and I'll be cooking now. See you then.